I'm tuning into you. You're turning me on. You're turning me. I wake up exhausted, even in the morning, like I'm made out of decaf. I'm barely running. Oh, and I hate parties. It's just too many bodies. I don't like small talk. I'm always leaving early. Then I met you and my eyes changed. And now you're in my eye range. I'm gunning for you. You changed my heart in a big way. Now every day's a celebration, and I wanna say, when you're around, it's already alright, like a radio. I'm tuning into you. I'm tuning into you. You're turning me on. You're turning me on. And I'm my own person, not like I need protection. It's just that I wanna change and go in your direction. God, you're a laser beam. You're on my teen dreams. And if I knew you in school, you'd be too cool for me. Then I met you and my eyes changed. And now you're in my eye range. I'm gunning for you. You changed my heart in a big way. Now every day's a celebration, and I wanna say, when you're around, it's already alright, like a radio. I'm tuning into you. I'm tuning into you. You're turning me on. You're turning me on. You made me feel like I could dance all night, already all night, like a live wire. I'm always louder with you. I'm always louder with you. Keep turning me up. Keep turning me up. When I get down, when I get down, when I get up. When I get down, when I get down, when you're around, it's already alright, like a radio. I'm tuning into you. I'm tuning into you. You're turning me on. You're turning me on. You made me feel like I could dance all night, already all night, like a live wire. I'm always louder with you. I'm always louder with you. Keep turning me up. Keep turning me up. When you're around, it's already alright, like a radio. I'm tuning into you. I'm tuning into you. You're turning me on. You're turning me on. You made me feel like I could dance all night, already all night, like a live wire. I'm always louder with you. I'm always louder with you. Keep turning me up. Keep turning me up. When you're around, it's already alright, like a radio. I'm tuning into you. I'm tuning into you. You're turning me on. You're turning me.
Howdy, 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 and meowdy! Happy Monday, Catfish. I hope you're all having a fantastic start to your Monday. Morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time zone it may be. And if you're on the East Coast, I hope you're doing your best to avoid getting frozen solid, because I hear it's still pretty rough over there. Oh yeah, I heard that Texas is also kind of really not good right now. Which is, unfortunate to hear. But the snow won't last forever, at least. And oh yeah, I mean, even where I live on the West Coast, like, we don't get snow too often, but when we do, people just completely forget how to drive. It's abysmal. So I'm kind of glad we haven't got any snow yet this year. Or this winter specifically. which is surprising because normally we'd have gotten a little bit of snow by now. But I won't complain about not getting snow. Because, like, yeah, it's like people in the snow drive like they're in a hurry when they should just go slow, be careful. Like, from what I could tell, driving in the snow, just go slow, don't go fast. Literally, that's all you need to do, just go slow, be careful. If you try to do something stupid, it's going to end up stupid, so don't be stupid. Yes. Thus far, my week's going pretty good. Had a fun Terraria stream yesterday. God, yeah, I am glad I don't know how to drive and don't have really any interest in learning to drive, so I don't have to deal with drivers. Thankfully. And I did. I kind of got my butt kicked by the skeleton dungeon guardian a few times, accidentally. But we are making really good progress with Terraria. I think we're up to like 12, 13 hearts of health now. So when we do more next Sunday, or this upcoming Sunday, we're going to work on getting more hearts and then trying to fight the first boss, which will be fun. Anywho, for today though, since we got caught up to the story in Warframe, which again, I still can't believe we managed that in just 5 weeks, I figured it would be fun to finally return to Final Fantasy XIV. We last played in September, end of September, doing the Hildebrand quests, because that's always fun. And I decided, you know, we've been streaming this every Sunday for a year straight. I should take a bit of a break. So we did. And now we are returning. Gonna start working on the Post-Endwalker quests and then finally start Dawn Trail for the first time ever, which I'm excited. It's gonna be really fun. And we are, again, also working on our donathon we've had going on. Dawn Trail. Because all the expansions are generally like 2 words, like there's Heaven's Word, there's Stormblood, Shadowbringers, Endwalker. You know, I don't know what Dawn Trail is, so I'm kind of curious. I will quickly Google that just because I am the curious. I get a football player. Huh? But yes, we're still working on our Zonathon we've had going on for a bit now. And again, we have met our first 4 goals so far. We had our week of mustache streams already. I'm still planning out a date for the Super Mario 64 stream, and Wednesday we are doing our Smash and Pass stream. So, first 4 goals, and we've only been at this for not even 2 weeks yet, which is impressive. I do. I've technically had them once before when I was 20 to 22, because I had/have a rather unfortunate overbite and crowding, among other things. And when I had braces for the first time when I was a younger adult, and I sort of, maybe might have lost my retainers after that, so my teeth returned to being crooked, because that's a thing that can happen. If you don't wear your retainers, your teeth will just return to their previous positions. Which mine did, so my overbite's back, and so is the crowding and literally everything else. So I'm crowdfunding braces for the second time. Well, first time I'm crowdfunding them, but second time that I need them. And my current immediate goal is $1,500, because that's enough to put a down payment on them and have a couple months worth of payments, which, you know, we're 1/6 of the way there, which is really nice. That's more than I was expecting to have met in so short a period of time. But once we hit that 1,500 goal, I can take down the crowdfunding I'm doing, so I can claim the funds from it, and then once I get how much it's going to exactly cost, because the price I have down now is just an estimate based on how much I know they can cost and how much I spent when I had them the first time. So once we get that 1,500, I'll take down the current crowdfunding, I'll get seed, I'll get a exact price from them, and then I will put up the crowdfunding again with an adjusted price on it, showing how much is remaining to be funded. But once we do hit that $1,500 mark, which again, we're 1/6 of the way there, then I can actually go see an orthodontist properly. I do have a coffee, actually. And honestly, I think that's what I will do. I think I could actually do that quickly. Because I think coffee lets me set up like a little bar thing for fun. So I will do that quickly, because if I could put my coffee up on screen, then because that'd be better than Throne. Because like with coffee, the money immediately goes to me. With Throne, I have to wait until it gets sent to Stripe and processed and then sent to me, which is a little painful. I will amend this. Yeah, I honestly should have done coffee in the first place, because coffee just goes straight to me. It gets sent straight to my PayPal, which is pretty dang poggers. I mean, yeah, take all the time you need. Like, it's gonna take me a little to... can I even end the crowdfunding? I should be able to. All contributions will be refunded to your Throne balance. Okay, let me set up the coffee first. And then I can mark... let's see... sign in with Twitch, as I always do. Not now. Okie dokie, yeah, I'll get this set up real quick, because honestly, get coffee, I should have done this in the first place. It's better than Throne, because the money gets sent to me literally immediately, so I don't have to wait. And it also doesn't have Throne's absurd fees on it, because I put down the base price as 7,000, but with fees, payment processing, and everything, it's 7.68k, which is awful. And at least with coffee, I can update the goal on the fly. Like, once I get a proper price, I can update that. So let's see, coffee. Remove previous goal, because I don't need that anymore. Set a goal. Okay, then I'll copy the tidbit of info I wrote down. Throne. Target amount 7. No, I'll put the target amount as 6,500. Starting amount 2,250, because again, I already have that much donated through Throne, and I'll get that sent off to my bank. So I could just have that set aside. Target amount publicly, start new goal. Because I'm pretty sure coffee has a thing I could do to put it up on OBS. So let's see. Coffee, OBS. Coffee stream alerts, Twitch, YouTube, and more. Perfect. Perfect. Because I know with Throne, I had to set a specific goal as my not preferred, but promoted goal, and that's what would show up. Because I know that's what Koki did when she was funding her 3D model. But coffee will be better. Add stream list to OBS. Okay, stream alert settings. This will be nice and quick. So, in fact, will rename Throne Alert to Coffee Alert. I'll turn off Throne Alerts. Throne rename Coffee Goal Properties. Yeah, coffee is infinitely better. Like, Throne is still really good for, like, if you're just... like, just getting gifts for, like, a streamer and stuff. But coffee's better for the whole fundraising stuff. Let's see, Throne, featured item overlay. Okay, let's refresh cache. Then I need to move that up. Nope. Nope, that just shows my coffee. Okay, that's my alert overlay. Okay, goal overlay, that's what I need. And then I'll also quickly update my Nightbot command so that it reflects, okay, bop that. Should update shortly. Refresh then, refresh cache. Perfect. And that honestly looks better than Throne. Okay, so that's done. Share. Copy. Night bot. One of the few good non-cringe bots. Nightbot, my beloved. Man's my shiny teeth and me shiny teeth, shiny teeth. Update. And then if I do perfect, that is updated. So now I just need to go to Throne. I'll cancel the abort crowdfunding. That'll put the money in my balance. I can get that sent to the bank. Which will take like a week, maybe. Oh, you got banned from Boss Lady stream? That's unfortunate. I mean, if you wanted to ask for an unban, you would... I'd say just you'd have to message one of the mods about it. Well, I could DM you one of the mods' names later, and you could message them. For now, though, I think that's enough yapping and stuff. Oh yeah, donation is much appreciated. In fact, I'm going to update the Throne alert to just be a coffee alert so that it does show when I get a dono, so that because that'll help me figure out if somebody's met an incentive, which is always nice knowing that somebody's met one of the incentives, so I could actually do the incentive thingy. Let's see, stream alerts, stream alerts. Okay. Copy. True. Like, I'm 31, so I've definitely been the cringe person on the internet before. Okay, can I get rid of the little copy thing? Okay, let's see. That should be fine and dandy. I could do a test alert. Shrink that a bit. Position. I think that's fine. Let's do another. Wait, I can have this managed sounds with properties, control audio via OBS, refresh cache. That should be good. And then I need to have Throne alert, monitor and output so I can hear it. Okay, perfect. That works. So yes, let us get on into the Final Fantasy goodness. Oh, I don't know why this standing pose is messed up. I don't think I have put IK turned on. Or I did have it turned on. Okay, that's fixed. We're in a good position. Not a problem. If and when you want to donate, feel free to donate whenever. Like, I'm doing this until it's funded. I literally have no end point, just going until it's done. Let's Square Enix, Square Enix, ba 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 ba. Final Fantasy 14. Uh, let's see. All Worlds maintenance today at 8 p.m. Pacific time. I'm not going to be playing that late. Yeah, it really would be nice if insurance covered it. I know some, quote unquote, some insurance covers it for kids, but no insurance anywhere covers it for adults, which is unfortunate. Because I know a lot of people just see it as, oh, it's a cosmetic thing, you're just trying to make your smile prettier. No. It would actually make it easier to care for my teeth if I go through braces and get them straightened. Because, like, with how crooked they are, with how crowded the teeth are, it's like the floss gets stuck more easily. It's harder to get in between the teeth to clean them. It's definitely a big health thing, and not a lot of people accept that, which is unfortunate. Let's see. Audio level should be good. It's definitely a big health thing. Like I would say the majority of people who go through with braces do it because it's good for their health. Simple as that. They do it for their health. That it makes their teeth look prettier is a bonus. Because, like, my insurance I have covers my meds, doctor's visits, dentist trips and stuff. It even covers some things I wasn't expecting, but... oh yeah, infections and stuff. Like, having straighter teeth is definitely better for trying to avoid infections and stuff. Because, like, I had a rough infection last August that ended with me getting a tooth removed, which sucked. I hated having a tooth removed, but no, it is what it is. Newfound adventure. Ooh, we got a present. Jennifer, how lovely to see you. If you're not in too much of a rush, I was about to make a pot of tea. Would you like a cup? Take a seat then, and I'll find us something to nibble on as well. Oh, those treats look so yummy.
It's so much quieter these days without everyone around. Not that I'm pining for your return, you understand. I have my sources, and I know that each and every one of you is doing well and keeping busy with your endeavors. Meanwhile, I'm left with a surplus of free time and the question of how to make the most of it. What about you? Any plans for the immediate future? Traveling to the edge of existence and back wasn't enough? Well, if that's the case, I might have a suggestion for you. You've fought bravely and selflessly, helping those in need and saving our star from unimaginable threats. For your deeds, you've been hailed as the champion of Eorzea and a host of other incredible things. But why not put those titles aside for a while? Acquit yourself as a simple adventurer again and travel the world in search of wonder. Oh, that's the spirit! I can feel from here the blazing fire that just lit in your belly. Now, all you need is a destination. If you're having trouble deciding, just leave it to me. Thavnair, that's where you should go next. I doubt you were able to squeeze in a proper tour of Radzat the last time you were there. What with the burning skies and rampaging monsters and so forth. And I'm sure Vritra would be pleased to see you. Then there's the bounty itself. The Empire's presence in the region was always a deterrent to exploration. So if you've a mind to sail that sea, now's your chance. Just think of all the new experiences you could have.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much.
Oh, I know that look. That's an adventurer ready to take on the world. In anticipation of an occasion like this, I was planning to gift you a new set of traveling clothes, but it's still a work in progress. It shouldn't take much longer now though, so sit tight and I'll have the last few bits sewn up before you can finish another cup of tea.
Nope. Well, see, that's not a terrible idea, just getting rid of your teeth and getting replacements drilled in. My insurance, unfortunately, doesn't cover bridges or stuff like that, so I'm stuck with this stupid gap between my molars, which is annoying.
Trim in there, knot the threads with love and care. Just a little more to go. I'm sure you're still brimming with excitement. I am one with the needle. See how the fabric surrenders to my whims. Don't worry. I'll make sure the lining has plenty of pockets for all your little treasures. I swear adventurers are worse than children when it comes to hoarding every feather and leaf and animal hide they come across.
Yeah, gold is always useful. Like, it's always something that's going to be valuable.
Oh, we mustn't forget the waterproofing. Gods forbid you forget to disrobe before plunging into the sea, or a river, or a piping hot bath.
Unless I am returned.
Yeah, the price of gold is absurd. Like, per ounce, it's like
You're awake.
almost 5,000, which is insane. Like, an ounce of gold being worth almost $5,000 is nuts.
My apologies. I do get a little carried away with my sewing. You seem awfully cheerful. Pleasant dream? Or are you just looking forward to the next chapter of your grand saga? Either way, I promise to provide you with new apparel, and so I shall. If you'll accompany me to the Diamond Forge, we can put the finishing touches on your outfit. Shall we?
I am definitely not the kind of person who can afford to hold on to gold or silver. Ah, the familiar music. I love it. Spacesuit! Or mech, actually. Yeah. Observe as the artiste refines her piece into a masterpiece. And no napping this time, I only need a moment, you'll see. A little more room in the shoulders, open up cuffs, a final adjustment to the hem. All done. Let's see how it looks on the mannequin. Well, what do you think? Doesn't it just scream ready for a bold new adventure? Honestly, that does. I actually really do like that. Yeah, I remember reading that a lot of like the current generation, like Gen Alpha, they're going back to using flip phones because it's the cool thing now. Just avoiding all like the cringe AI and stuff and just using like flip phones and stuff. I'm so glad you approve. Oh, stop. You'll make me blush. If you really want to thank me, though, all I ask is that you wear this on your travels. Or at least anywhere lots of adventurers might gather. They'll look at you, a famous hero, and wonder, wherever did she purchase those stylish yet practical garments? And before you know it, hordes of new customers will be climbing over each other to place order at Taru's boutique. Mwahaha. I can hear it now. The merry clink clink of gill overflowing from my coffers. Sweet music to my ears. Burgeoning merchant empires aside, you must be excited to start a fresh chapter of your life. New places to go, new people to meet. I often wonder how you remember all your experiences and exploits without taking at least a few notes. Oh, maybe you should start doing just that. You never know when some odd past detail might become relevant, or if one day you'll take a blow to the head and forget the better part of the last decade. Something to keep in mind in any case. Interesting. Well, that's nice of your neighbor. As the former receptionist and sometimes intelligence gatherer of the Scions, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Do not expect juicy rumors to simply fall into your lap. Adventurers rely on gossip, and the best places to pick up information are taverns and markets. At present, you only have a broad destination in mind. When you arrive in Thavnair, I suggest you explore your options at Merid's Mihan, the finest drinking establishment in Radzat Han. Charm the employees and they'll not only point you in the direction of the local tale tellers, but also share with you the tricks for loosening their tongues. Now, I really must be getting back to running my boutique. Enjoy the journey, Panifer, and may fair fortune find you. That is a fair deal, honestly. Just don't exceed so-and-so bandwidth and pay a small amount of the bill. Let's see. We need to go here so I could do up some fashion. Ooh, kimchi is yummy. I don't think it's too hard to make your own, which is good. Okay, waiting for the NPC to appear. There's a Korean corn dog place near me that is super good, and they have really good kimchi fries. I like to stop in every so often to get like some corn dogs, some kimchi fries. It's always super good. Okie dokie, let's see. Head, body, hands. Wayfarer is that. That. Okie dokie. Yeah, that's honestly not a bad thing. Just avoiding luxury items and just keeping wealth. Let's. Okay, instead of wearing 2 pairs of glasses, we could do... Oh, the hat's cute. Yeah, I can't imagine that it does suck, but it paying off is a good thing. So let's see that. Do that. Oh, save. And then dye. What kind of dyes do we want to use? White would look good. And then black or... Oh no, hunter green, that is a good color. I need to grab a white dye. Hmm. Okay, let's see. 1 snow white. I have a hunter green. Perfect. I think that should be good for now. Because yeah, recently the Final Fantasy devs did the one thing that World of Warcraft has never done. They made it so any job can wear any gear from any other. So like I'm a melee DPS, but I'm currently wearing tank legs or tank boots. So like if I wanted to, I could glamour on this Dark Knight specific set on my Reaper. They did the one thing World of Warcraft has never succeeded at doing and made it so you can use anything from any job as glamour. Just not the weapons, cause it would be really hard for them to do like custom weapon animations for other jobs. So you can do everything but the weapons, and that is honestly pretty dang cool. Cause that just gives you more options for fashion. Cause like say maybe you've been grinding a dungeon for some of the outfits, but you can never get a full set of one. Well, then you'll have pieces from a bunch of different ones you can all wear. Oh, let's see, we could dye this. Metallic green's not a bad color. Like that. Yeah, fashion in games is always fun. Like, a lot of people will say that the end game in this is fashion. Because there's lots and lots of outfits that are specifically just fashion. And now that they've unlocked wearing literally everything on one job, you can min-max your fashion perfectly. Like, say you're playing running around as a healer, but you want to do an outfit that has, like, say, melee chest and tank boots and caster gloves. You can mix all of those together now. Which really does just increase how creative you can get with your fashion. Because I remember when they first announced that... Yeah, I remember when they first announced that you, in this 7.4, you'd be able to wear anything on anything. People made silly videos showing like a tank, like a big tank dressed up in a healer outfit. Or a healer dressed up in big bulky tank armor. Because I am currently a Reaper, which is a maiming DPS. And the only two maiming DPS out there are Reaper and Dragoon. And also, something they eventually did add was a glasses slot, because it used to be that you could only have glasses glamored on as a head item, so if you wanted to wear a hat, you couldn't wear glasses. If you wanted glasses, no hat. But then they added a face wear slot, so now I could wear, say, an eye patch if I want. In all sorts of different colors. Or I have goggles. These little, well, not so little glasses. Simple spectacles. But everybody lost it when they added a glasses slot, because that meant you could wear glasses and hats at the same time. Yeah, these are peak, and they come in so many different colors. Because it used to be that some cutscenes would remove your hat or helmet specifically to show face expressions. So if you were wearing glasses, it would also remove the glasses, but with the glasses slot, If it's a cutscene that removes your, like, helmet, it still keeps the glasses on. So you could still have an emotional cutscene, but you've got your glasses on. Like, we got the purple, the brown, brass, dark green, red, gray, white, black, gold, silver, classic. And then there's also eye patches for both eyes. So technically you could put on an eye patch for one eye and then use the glasses slot for an eye patch in the other eye. And then you're just running around with 2 eye patches, which is kind of funny. Here we have the slim frame glasses, which I like, because these are just the big round nerd lenses my VTuber wears. Because I used to use these, which are a bit smaller, and then they added slim frame, which is literally what my VTuber wears. Which is perfect. But yeah, they've made so many good decisions in the name of fashion. Also, look at my little kitty cat. He's so fat and chunky. Look at my little fat chunker. Yeah, I have glasses like my character and my VTuber wear IRL. Because I used to wear those like plastic square lenses, and then I decided, you know, I'm going to try round lenses for once, and I look great in them. Welcome to Merid's Mehan. Oh, hello. I did not recognize you at first. Are you here alone? Let me find you a table. Ruins beneath the bounty? Would you be speaking of the sunken treasure vault? We have one regular, a historian in fact, who could tell you about it. Ah, there he is. Professor Jalaheen. I thought I saw him coming. Although a somewhat private sort, the professor is quick to befriend those who share his fondness for the Mehan's unique beverages. Offer him any drink of our selection and he should happily share everything he knows about the vault you seek, and a few other odd bits besides. Whatever you buy for him is on the house, by the way. If Merid found out I took coin from Thavnir's savior, she would have me scrubbing pots for a week. Hoo-hoo. Okay, free drinks, eh? Getting drunk on the house? Yes. And what may I do for you, my Eorzean friend? Oh, just a friendly chat. How about a drink? Well, I certainly wouldn't say no to a drink freely offered. Agreed, I do love me some good old anime, man. Here we are, one of Merid's finest. Enjoy. Ah, lovely. Bottoms up. Jalheen empties the cup in a single pull. That was very kind of you, miss, but I know when I'm being softened up. What is it that you want from me? See, at least with like Final Fantasy XIV, like the older characters actually have wrinkles. They actually look old. So it's not just like a younger anime person that has a beard slapped on to make them seem old. Oh ho! Chasing down that old tale, are you? It does seem to appeal to the adventurous at heart. Now, where to begin? Might I assume you've heard of Alzadal? He was Khan of the Adi tribe, which sailed to Thavnir from the mainland, and a key figure in the history of Radzat-Han. His decision to aid the Arkasorara is what ultimately won them the war against the Gajasura, thus allowing our predecessors to lay the foundation for this thriving city-state. The truly fascinating stories, however, concern his grandson, Alzadal III, who was known for his deeds as satrap in Radzat-Han's earlier days. Some attest that this man traveled to another world entirely and returned with glittering riches. Others that he brokered an alliance with a certain worm of the first brood. Then there is the tale of the sunken vault, the one you seem most curious about. According to this legend, Alzadal III claimed a small island somewhere in the middle of the bounty. There, he built a structure reaching clear to the bottom of the sea, a deep and secret storehouse, and locked all his worldly wealth within. In the centuries since, whenever a natural disaster or hardship befell Radzat-Han, folk would remember that tale of hidden treasure. Hardy souls would set out to claim their fortune, but precious few ever made it home. Would you like to hear more? Apologies, I have a slight tickle in... Oh, my cup appears to be empty. Another round for the professor. Let's get him nice and drunk. Yeah, look, like, you can see, like, he has little spots on his face. He's appropriately wrinkly. It's like so they didn't just take, like, a younger person model and put a beard on it. They actually make older looking models for the older people, which is really nice. I see we've reached an understanding. You're a sharp one, adventurer. Another for the professor. Ho 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 ho! Today was a splendid day to visit the Mihan. Charlene gulps down his newest drink with gusto. Where were we? Yes, those who did return from seeking the treasure vault refused, flatly refused, to speak of what they saw. Did this discourage others? Nay, quite the opposite. Such accounts only served to feed the legend, and the golden lure grew stronger than ever before. That reminds me of something Azama was saying. Azama's a fellow connoisseur of spiritus potables. Yes, he is. Anyway, he was saying that one of his acquaintances went after the treasure himself. Hasn't been seen since he set sail, I hear, but he did have, no, I can say no more. You seem a generous sort. What kind of man would I be to encourage what is clearly a foolhardy quest? If my words sent you to your death, I could never live with myself. Is that so? Perhaps it's your turn to tell a tale, then. What manner of dangers have you faced? The very edge of existence? From anyone else, I'd struggle to believe it, but I recognize you now. You're the hero of the final days. A drink. I need another drink to settle my nerves. Merely more of the same, if you please. As you wish. But this one is on your coin, Professor. Jalene drains yet another cup dry. This man has an iron stomach. Those cups are massive. Anyway, you being who you are, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to share a little more. This friend of Azama's, who was desperate to buy a treasure map, one which showed the way to the entrance of the vault. Seems he could only get it from some merchant. What's his name? I forget. Let's drink a toast to you, my new best friend. Malil, more drinks. Wink, wink. Your drink, sir? Ah, marvelous. I am parched. Jalene gulps down the cup of water. That was water. Did you tell her to bring me water? Still, that's probably for the best. Very kind of you, really. My head will certainly thank you in the morning. I seem to have overindulged. I am put in mind of the words of Master Jalzan. Be wary how much of the drink you swallow, lest it swallow you. Forgive me. I will subject you to no more of these unseemly antics. If you want to speak with Azama, well, as I said, we share a taste for the Mehan's fine spirits. You probably came in as we were talking. I wish you fortune in finding your fortune. You appear to have learned all that Jalheen has to share regarding the undersea vault. To find out more, you will need to locate a man by the name of Azama. Yes, I am Azama, and who might you be? All true, I'm afraid. My friend took a ship out in search of Alzadal's legacy, and I've been watching for his sails ever since. I tried to dissuade him, of course, but he refused to listen. All he could talk about was finding that vault. And that look in his eyes, I knew it wasn't common gold or jewels he lusted after. He was hunting Alzadal III's otherworldly hoard, and his ambition would not be denied. I see it in you too, that appetite for the mysterious and the unknown. But I'll not attempt to turn you from your path. I know too well the futility of that endeavor. So I will tell you what my friend told me, how he convinced a merchant in the bazaar to give him the rough location of the vault's entrance. It seems this merchant, one Zashal, I believe, is selling a map which shows the exact route, but my friend's purse was too light for its exorbitant price. With what meager wealth he had, he instead paid to learn that there are ruins on a small island somewhere in the bounty. And within those ruins hides the path to the vault deep below. If you truly intend on seeking Alzadal's treasure, I suggest you put your affairs in order. I wish things were different, but I do not believe my friend is ever coming home. Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, if this was a D&D, I'd probably be doing Rogue or Bard and... yeah, just get him drunk, let him fall asleep, and then loot his pockets.
Please, Ashal, please! You must let me have that treasure map!
What's all this about?
My mother and father were slaughtered by monsters. My baby sister, still too young to fend for herself. Can you spare us no kindness? So, you hope to find your fortune? And what? You expect me to surrender my wares for pity's sake? What have you to offer in payment? As I thought. Come back when you've more than rags to your name. This is no mere treasure map. It is a guide to the vaults of Arzadal III, one of the great satraps of Radzat Han, and a direct descendant of Alzadal Khan.
A map to Alzadal's legacy.
So he says. A fake, I'd wager.
This is no fake. The parchment is marked with an arcane glyph of passage. You may find the ruins hidden in the bounty, but you won't be set foot inside without this in your possession. A priceless artifact it is, discovered amongst the rubble in the aftermath of the final days, and lovingly restored by yours truly. This map is the key to fabulous riches, and I'll be the king of fools to simply give it away. Be glad I am no such king, boy. Your scrawny-eyed would never return with that treasure alive.
Oh, cruel fate! Why must you tempt me with wealth I am powerless to claim? How I shall envy the one who purchases that precious map. Whatever they pay will be but
Oh, this kid's a fraud.
hoards they stand to uncover.
This kid is putting on a show.
What of you, sir? Fighting man of your stature would surely relish the challenge of recovering Alzadal's lost fortune.
A fortune, you say?
If I had but the strength to seize that treasure, my starving sister would never want for food.
Oh, it's actually.
Good. Will this cover the price?
I have a very specific little command I made for this. Oh, Estinian, you're making very bad decisions. My guy, why are you making such bad decisions?
Well met, my friend. Someone is dressed for adventure.
Honestly, I could do that. So, let me get Nightbot up again real quick. And I'll add a... Well... Well, lovely. I went to make the command, and Firefox made my internet blip. Yep, my internet blipped briefly. Thank you, Firefox. You do that all the time. see, new command. Coffee. Up. Fire usually level 1, so I'm gonna have to. There we go. So I'm gonna have to load that cutscene again, and I can at least skip through parts of it. There we go. But yes, for the Donathon, I do have incentives, like it shows on the screen. Every $10 donation, I will give you either an uwu, an ada, an owo, a bark, or a meow. $25 dues, and I will put your name up in the corner there. $50, and I will bark or meow after every sentence for an hour. And then for 100, I will pause what I'm doing, no matter what I'm doing, unless it's a dungeon, and I will draw something you want me to draw in Microsoft Paint. And I've so far had one of the MS Paint doodles, which was fun to do. It was really fun just pausing what I was doing to impromptu doodle something. I'm not a terribly good artist, but I do like to draw. And I do draw using my computer mouse, because that's all I really have. But I have fun with it, and that's what matters, that I'm having fun. So yes, I would say I am an artist. Not a terribly good artist, but an artist nonetheless. Don't gotta be good at art to be an artist. Yep, decent little doodles. Decent, fun. And I will just sit there for however long I feel like I want to do the doodle and doodle the doodle. So like if I'm getting really invested in it, and honestly I probably would get invested in it, I will sit there and doodle for who knows how long.
My mother.
At least I can skip through much of this.
Sir, what have you to offer him? As I.
Yeah, I've also had one of the bark and meow ones, which was fun. And I just went yeah after every sentence, which was fun. I also barked at enemies and stuff.
A map to Alzadal's legacy.
Because despite being a cat girl, I'm surprisingly good at barking.
A fake I'd wager.
This is not fake. The parchment is marked with an arcane clip of passage. You may find a priceless artifact is. This map is the key to fabulous riches. Be glad I am no such king boy. You're scrawny-eyed and never return with that treasure alive. Oh! How I should... What have you, sir?
A fortune.
If I had but the...
I'll take it. Will this cover the price? Well met, my friend. Someone is dressed for adventure. But why Favner of all places? Knowing you, I suspect there's more to your plans than sightseeing and shopping. Ruins beneath the Bounty. Curious. And here I've acquired a map to just such a site.
With that sale, I do believe I've earned the rest of the day off. Thank you for your patronage, sir, but if you'll excuse me.
You needn't mind us.
And now I fleece one of the heroes of the final days. Pray the sisters were looking elsewhere.
Oh, so he recognizes that he did a really bad thing.
This map may or may not be genuine. Either way, we'll need a ship to find out for sure. Lest you misunderstand, I seek the treasure not for myself. If such a fortune truly exists, then it could help ease the struggles of those who lost their loved ones in the final days. I hope to do for Thavnir what you and Alphino did for the Alamegans when you recovered the Mad King's trove. Come now. You know Alphino needs little encouragement when it comes to recounting the tales of your shared exploits. Speaking of precocious lads, that boy in the bazaar was clearly an accomplice of the merchant. Suppose his role was to draw the attention of the crowd and add weight to the merchant's bold claims.
Yes, we have, at this point, passed the literal final days, so we're just on a fun adventure now.
Transparent act for the most part. It was not all mummery. The need to provide for his sister rang true enough. Thus, if some portion of the profits end up in that waif's pockets, then I will consider it money well spent, whether the map leads us to the vault or not. You are coming along, yes?
Of course I'm coming along. You think I would say no to an adventure? Who do you think I am?
I appreciate the concern, but one thing I've learned from my time with the Silence is how to better manage my coin purse. Now, let's see about securing a vessel.
You will recall I spoke of visiting Thavnir at Vritra's request. Well, he finally invited me to a feast and made his proposal once I was too full of Hanish delights to refuse. He wishes me to train the Radiant Host in lance work. But that is a tale for another time. What we need now is a merchant or a trawler with a ship fit for the open seas. Matsya is a fisherman by trade, yes? We should head to Akyali and see if he can help us. God, yeah, the music here is just so good. Right, I still need to do the last Aether Currents here. 2 quest currents. 4 quest currents. Ah, boy, I'll have to do that off stream. At least the quests aren't super long. Oh, absolutely. And you can feel free to send me a DM on Discord and I can get them to you. Discord name, same as stream name and whatnot. And feel free to, yeah, you can join my Discord. Yeah, feel free to shoot me a DM and I will respond after stream. My friends, what brings you to our humble village? So, you need a seaworthy vessel to seek these ruins? Considering it was your deeds which allowed us to return to fishing, I should think everyone would be glad for a chance to repay the favor. Wait here and I will have a boat stocked and ready for you in no time at all. Have you noticed our little shadow? He's been following us since we left the city. We see you there, boy. Show yourself. It is you. Do you know how far out of our way we walk so that you do not cross paths with some wild beast? Should have permission to join, Let me... Let me finish this cutscene, and then I will check to see if the link is still valid. I'm sorry, sir, but aren't you the heroes who saved Thavnir? You are. I know you are. And I've gone and cheated you. I work with the Zashal, you see, the map merchant. It's my job to play the pleading orphan and convince the crowd his wares are worth the price he asks. I'm ashamed of what I've done and beg for your forgiveness. If not for you, my sister and I would never have, well, we'd be... enough. I knew your game and I paid the price willingly. A fortunate purchase as it turns out, for my friend here was seeking those very ruins. You are kind to overlook the wrong I have done you. But there is more you need to know. The map you bought is very real, as is the island it shows. I overheard the Zashal selling the information to another customer. He told that man where he needed to search, about the ruins, about the vault, about everything. Then the man sailed out to find his fortune, never to return. You cannot go alone to that place. You should have more friends with you, maybe even a whole army. I do not doubt the ruins hold danger, but I assure you, between the two of us, there is little we cannot overcome. Please, I cannot bear the thought of... Assuming we find any. Still, it may prove wise to bring some companions along all the same. Any ideas on whom to approach? The Scions have scattered far and wide since our last gathering. Little Lord Alphno and his sister, were they not bound for Garlemald? They have far more important matters to attend to than delving for trinkets. Krell may have her hands full rebuilding the students, but if you reach out to Graha, he would surely leap at the invitation. Will that set your mind at ease? Yes. If that man is as strong as you, is he though? Strong, I mean? What is your name, boy? Mehrad, sir? Well, Mehrad, your life is yours to live as you will, but I suggest you find a more honest trade if you truly wish to keep your sister safe. I'm not proud of what I do, but what choice do I have? We need to eat, and everyone's too busy rebuilding their own lives to bother with two grubby orphans. Wait, boy. I didn't take this roundabout road just to see you end up in some creature's belly. Let me walk you back to the city gates. Thank you, sir. Call me Estinian. Okay, now I can check the link, make sure everything works. Because it still should. Just in case Firefox disconnects me again. Okay. Copy link. Okay, no, the link still works. Not sure why you're not allowed to join in, but Discord link still works. Because the only people I've really banned are just spam bots. Yeah, link should still work. Well, I mean, I could go into settings and see who is banned. Because I technically only have one mod. I have one mod, not counting me. And they're a streamer themselves, so so I usually do the mod stuff myself. Bans. Yeah, I don't see a Derper Leagues in the ban list. Bot. There is... neither of those are in the bans list, so you are not banned from the server. But I can shoot you a friend request real quick. If it's still... I could just shoot you a friend request real quick and then resume streams. Let's see, add friend. Okay, friend requesto sent. And actually, I could get you the names real quick. Let's see. I will send you 2 names. Take care of that real quick. Not a problem. Okay, that's that. Let's get streamer mode back up and resume our exploring. Because we're close to a dungeon and I'm excited. Oh. Okay, that is that. Bop. And away we go. Also, weapon coffer. I think our current weapon is significantly better, but this will... I'll save that and... I'll save the coffer for when we level other jobs. Or once we get done trolling, we can pick up... I think that'll work for Pictomancer, so Poggers. I shall leave you to recruit Graha. He'll appreciate the invitation that much more, I'm sure. Well, that's appreciated. I couldn't ask you to take a cut in your meals, but if you really want to make a donation, it is appreciated. As I recall, he was based at the Annex. Someone there ought to be able to point you in the right direction. Let us be off too. Murad, do me a favor and don't stray from the path. Well, I do really appreciate it. Health things are important. I should stop holding on to so much junk. I really need to stop hoarding junk. Cutting the cheese? Not gonna start the quest, but I'm curious as to what it is. Are we beefing it? Are we letting it rip? Oh right, that's the dungeon. One of the 2 immediate dungeons you can do once you finish Endwalker. I was like, eh? Why is there a quest called Cutting the Cheese? Whoosh. And I think I remember my combos. So it's just 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, then that's to use that, that's AoE, that's AoE to AoE. Once you have enough, you pop that. Once you get enough Enshroud, you pop that, and you can do all of that. Definitely gonna be rusty, because I haven't played in months. Oh, look who it is. Welcome back, Panifer. What might the students do for you? Raha? Yes, he's in the main hall in Mistress Kryl. They've been holed up in there for days. By all means, go and give them an excuse to take a break.
Ah, Urgica, my good man.
Ooh, you calling a man?
Kind as to...
I ain't no man, I'm a dweeby lizard.
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise?
I wish you had sent word ahead. I thought I was having visions for a moment there.
Raha and I have been compiling old records of the students' activities. We were able to locate several accounts in the archives of Numenon, but the bulk of our documents was lost along with the Isle of Fowl.
But what brings you to the Annex, my friend? Surely you haven't come all this way just to watch us shuffle dusty papers around? The treasure vault of Alzadal III.
And you're looking for companions to join you on this expedition. I would dearly love to accompany you, of course, but I'm afraid I'm committed to another task. On the subject of which, I had hoped to ask for your assistance.
Hmm?
Then again, it's not so urgent that it can't wait until you've returned. You should go, Raha. I'll stay here and mind the shop, as it were.
Are you sure? I'd hate to leave you short-handed.
I'm sure. Just try to be back before too many moons have passed.
Well, I guess we're off on another adventure already. Have you asked anyone else to come along?
Then might I suggest we invite your Stola?
Yay, cat mom.
Ever since the Scions disbanded, she spent most of her time cloistered within the Great Google Library, hoping to piece together a method to traverse the rift. It would seem, however, that whatever wisdom she sought there was not to be found. She arrived in Charlian the other day. We spoke briefly before she began her search of Numenor. Considering what you've told us of Alzadal's extraordinary feats, I do believe your Stola would be more than interested to hear what you have to say. Splendid! Then let us head to the archives.
Hooray, let's go find cat mom.
Wait, before you go. I have another potential member to volunteer, if you've room to spare. Urianger. He sent the students a request for materials, you see. Treatises on the architecture of treasure vaults and the like. From what I can gather, the Loperites wish to build their own vault for the people of Atheris to explore, and are looking for inspiration to help make it a memorable experience. So, why not take Urianger with you? Let him study Alzadal's legacy firsthand.
None can deny the benefit of seeing something with your own eyes. If our expedition leader has no objections, I say we extend Urianger an invitation once we've spoken with your Stola.
Sounds like a plan.
Safe travels, you two. But don't forget, I'd still like your help with that other matter I mentioned.
Right. Then it's off to the library.
Remember, chat, having fun isn't hard if you've got a library card. Alright, talking to him, I think that starts this expansion's raids, which we will do on stream. Because they are really good raids. Hello, Puddingway. Aw, she fell asleep on the books.
I've never known your Stola to doze off in the middle of research before.
Close my eyes for one moment.
Ow.
How long have you two been here?
I plead the fifth.
Did you now? I must have been studying for 2-3 days straight before exhaustion finally claimed me.
That's a lot of studying.
As you know, I've been researching ways to travel from the source to one of its reflections. Well, looking for hints at least. I don't expect to find a simple set of instructions tucked away in some dark corner of the library. So I've been skimming through the stacks, hoping to uncover even a partial mention of any similar feats in the past. A means to travel between worlds exists, and you can be sure I will find a way to employ it. So I promised Runar, but 'twould seem I've set myself a nigh impossible task.
You needn't be so hard on yourself. The leap I made with the Crystal Tower was not achieved in an afternoon. It was the culmination of a collective effort spanning generations.
Oh, you think me discouraged? I assure you, 'tis quite the opposite. A daunting challenge and the time to sink my teeth into it. I feel like a fresh-faced student again.
A scholar in her element.
Hmm.
Indeed. Was there something else you wish to ask of me? Alzadal is no minor figure in Harnish history, and much is known about his family. But this is the first I've heard of a descendant surviving a trip to another world. If those tales are true, then he may have left behind some clue as to how it was accomplished. An invitation to delve into one of the world's lingering mysteries, as if I could refuse. And whence do we embark upon this expedition?
Achiali, by ship. But before that, we thought to extend an invitation to Urianger as well. He was in Thalmazane, last we heard.
Then by all means, let us recruit him, and be on our way.
Hooray! So I guess Cat Mom's gonna leave all those books to be cleaned up by the little robots. Well, I suppose that's what they're there for, so... Ooh, those blades are gorgeous. Okay, so the Lunar Envoy stuff does give you weapons for the end or Dawn Trail jobs. Heck yeah! I can't pick up a Viper or a Pictomancer until I get Dawn Trail. And I'll do that closer to when we're actually going to be ready to start it.
Our illustrious champion. Cloaked in the mantle of the common explorer, fame set aside in thy pursuit of simple adventure. I am told a new expedition is in the offing. And thee. As ever, thou art the picture of strength.
You've been keeping yourself busy, I trust?
True to our plan, Thancred and I embarked upon a pilgrimage of sorts, with an eye for gauging the state of those lands through which we passed. Our travels were interrupted, however, by a request for aid from our befurred lunar allies. As you may recall, the Loperids had been seeking new purpose for the moon, another role through which it might serve to benefit mankind. The Forum hath been working to advise them in this endeavor, but I return to offer mine own counsel.
And this has what to do with treasure vaults, exactly?
You have learned of my predicament from Mistress Cryle. I know not whence they acquired such knowledge, but the Loperids now stand convinced that adventurers delight in treasure hunts. Thus, with their newly built wonderland of riches and mystery, do they hope to entice all manner of daring delvers to the moon. So earnest and innocent was their desire to bring joy to the world that I found myself powerless to refuse them my cooperation.
Also, right, I need to check something after this cutscene. If I don't keep forgetting.
What of you, my friends? Why are you come to Labyrinthos? Fascinating. This is indeed a most fortuitous opportunity. I should be honored to accept thine invitation. How long hath it been, I wonder, when last our actions were not impelled by fate or desperation?
Aye. Though I cherish the Scion's accomplishments, 'tis pleasant to not have the weight of the world upon our shoulders for a change.
Counting Istinian, we number 5 now, yes? Without knowing what traps or perils await unwary feet.
Yeah, because like considering what Stormblood, so Heaven's Word, we faced down Space Pope and his cronies, and then an angry dragon. Stormblood, we faced down Garlemald, and it's God, we faced on what? Xenos and Yatsuyu, Shadowbringers. Literally, the first was on fire. Endwalker, everything was on fire. What? We've spent 4 expansions saving the world repeatedly.
I agree. Between us, we should have the skills to handle whatever situation may arise. Shall we be on our way?
What, no time to spare a word for the grizzled old bard?
Hey, Thancred! It's This is Thancred himself.
All's well, I trust.
A wasted trip, I'm afraid. I'd hoped to catch up with a former mentor while you parleyed with the rabbits, but it seems our paths were not to cross. Having an astrologian beside you on the road is surprisingly convenient. And it doesn't hurt that he makes strides with his light-hearted banter. In any case, as we made our way around Ilzabard, we saw that much of the continent was in various stages of chaos. A certain amount of disorder is to be expected. The final days are over, and the people no longer have a common threat binding them together. That's the thing with these fledgling troubles, eh? You need to keep an eye out, lest they mature into full-grown headaches. So, for what reason have so many esteemed personages seemed fit to gather? Beneath the waters of the Bounty, you say? I see you've already stolen away my traveling partner with the promise of unexplored ruins and scholarly glory.
Nay, 'tis not for mine own indulgence, but rather the fulfillment of my commitment to the Loporrits.
Ah, of course. And if you have a Stinian rounding out your group, you'll likely have all the members you need.
Feeling left out? I could put in a good word for you, if you like.
We may have been released from our obligations, but I'll never be free of that merciless wit of yours, will I? In all seriousness, it is best I sit this one out. Too many former scions consorting with one another might be seen as a cause for concern in certain quarters. I'll return to my usual reconnaissance and scout out the situation in the Far East. Feel free to share if you come across any interesting revelations. Till we meet again.
Shall we also hasten our departure? Sir Estinian will wonder what hath become of us.
Okie dokie, before we head back there, there was an update pushed to Warudo this morning that should have fixed... Oh, perfect. It did indeed fix Twitch interactions, so all of my channel point redeems work again. Hooray! Because every time Twitch decides they want to change up the API for one reason or another, it breaks Warudo for a bit. At least until Warudo can push out an update, bringing it in line with the new API, which it has. So my redeems work again. So you can pat my head, you can slap me, shove me in a locker, spray me with water. You can do as you please. Yeah, I don't think this patch is too long. I really do need to have the patch guide up so I can, like I did when I was, like all the times when I was streaming, just so I can keep track of how many quests there are and be able to figure out when I'm getting close to being able to end stream. Just so that I don't go overly long with streaming, because I know Final Fantasy streams are typically really long. Always upwards of 5 hours. Let's see, FFXIV MSQ, Console Games Wiki, my beloved, Endwalker, post-main scenario quests. Oh, there's only 47? Okay, 6.1, Newfound Adventure, 10 quests. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 after this one we're turning in. Okay, sweet. We're only 2 hours in. Though this is also big because we kind of lollygagged a bit, messing around. I send you to recruit Graha and you return with an entire survey party. I hope Matsuya's boat is sturdy enough to carry us all. What he means is, we are grateful for the use of one of your precious fishing vessels. We are more than glad for the chance to provide it. I ask only that you take care to steer clear of the reefs and the shallows there. Aye, we will keep an eye out. I'll take that. Oh boy, it's almost dungeon time. Al-Zadal III. I confess I am somewhat embarrassed that the tale of his journey to another world escaped my notice. Could it be more than simple folklore? And what of the treasure he supposedly brought back? This undersea vault may hold relics from another reflection. My friends, we should temper our expectations. The map doth promise ruins, but beyond that we know not what we will find. Not until we find it, aye. So let us dispense with the conjecture and set sail for the vault. Quest accepted. Let's go, dungeon time, baby! First dungeon of the return. First dungeon of Post-Endwalker. And now we play the waiting game. Because I could go in with the NPCs, but I like doing the dungeons and stuff with players. Also, this person next to me, they have a cool mask. Honestly, a pretty cool outfit overall. I think that's a casting set. Which, you know, heck yeah. Rocking the casting gear as a monk. I remember longest part of things tends to always be waiting for the dungeon queue or whatnot to pop. But we can wait and chill. But man, I wasn't expecting to be enjoying returning as much as I have. Because what, yeah, again, we last played end of September, so it's been what? October, November, December. Almost exactly 4 months, because I think we ended on the 28th of September, so almost exactly 4 months of break time. Uh... And I remember that last time I played, I had a custom OBS scene to cover the text box, but I think what I need to do is just adjust my game border to have the expanded logo of mine, which that'll fully cover the text box. Because I'd always cover the text box just to make sure nobody tries to post something sussy or stupid in game chat. Bump. Fist bump! I don't know who this person is, but a fist bump. We have, let's see, we can mess around with some emotes while we wait. Battle stance. Whoosh. Victory pose. Okay, I don't have sheath yet. Right, that's a gold saucer thing. I do have draw. So I definitely need to do the weekly fashion report, because that's always like 60,000 easy. Honestly, while we wait, I could go smack the training dummies just to make sure I'm not rusty. So while we wait, I will go bully the training dummies. Because again, I haven't played in 4 months, I'm gonna be rusty. But I remember well enough how Reaper goes. It's just gonna be interesting learning a level 100 Reaper eventually, once I get Dawn Trail. And I'm picking up Dawn Trail once we finish up Post-Endwalker, just so that I don't immediately start leveling past 90. Okay, so that's that. We'd also pop that. Okay, right, I do Soul So out of combat to be instant cast. So we pop that. I think this one is rear, right. Give me a that. Pop, pop. Okay, yeah, I remember now. Bop, bop, beep-a-da-bop. And we always use equals. Because the equals, or the, gluttony is a double cast on our spicy button. And we always keep this up out of combat just because it's... everything looks so good. Everything plays so good. Okay, I am glad we do remember how to reap. We do remember how to be a reaper. Captions, that was really unfortunate. Captions, captions, please. Why are you being very cringe? But yeah, Pictomancer is gonna be a blast. Boop 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 doop boop 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 doop boop. Sha. Okay, reset enmity so that we're not fighting it. Reset because we accidentally clipped that from a distance. And then pop, instant cast. Which, again, always good to have that up just because it's free damage. Instant cast out of combat to get you a free Harvest Moon. Yay, dungeon time! Dungeon time! Come on, grab your friend! Ba-da-dum, boo-dum, boo-dum, boom. Bum ba-dum ba-dum boom boo-dum boo-dum. I think once we get to Dawntrail, we should probably have faster dungeon queues just because it's current content. Okay, 2 big buff cat guys and... I couldn't see what the other one was, so me, Tiny Lizard Girl, 2 big buff cat guys, and... who else? Who else? Who else? Oh, Bunny Girl? I mean, I think a Bunny Girl. Yeah, Bunny Girl, she is dummy thick. So I'm literally extremely tiny compared to everyone else here. But we're doing the big dick damage, baby! Oh yeah, going into the first boss fight with Enshroud. You love to see it. Big yeah damage. Well, that was kind of unfortunate, but, heck it, we ball. Oh, there goes that Enshroud, but still fun. Blub 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 blub. Chop, chop, chop. Slice, 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 dice, dice, dice. Whee! Read on everything, because it is all glamour now. Read it all. Whew. God, Reaper is still so fun. Spin! Spin the wind, BB! Playing Beyblade. Beyblade, Beyblade, let it rip. GG! That was fun. GG! Heck yeah! Any loot for the cat girl? Well, I'll give the bunny girl. Dang it. And I think all I got was accessories. It's kind of lame. Earrings. Yeah, God, pretty sure I just got accessories. That's cringe. That is extremely cringe.
What have we here?
'Tis not unlike a Hunnish alchemical furnace in design.
Well, there is one way we might find out.
Stop! You mustn't touch it.
Vritra! Oh, my apologies. Should I continue calling you Varshan?
You may address me as you wish. My nature is no longer a secret. Still, this is not a setting I imagined for our union. Surely you've not entered these ruins as common looters.
Would that we could deny your accusations, but I fear you're not far from the truth.
Great Vritra, might we beseech thee to explain the nature of this strange contrivance?
It was crafted by our alchemists at my behest, for the purpose of sealing something away.
You and I will speak later.
Chad, I think I fucked up.
Not the time for frivolity, my friend. Not the time.
This something of which thou speakest, might it be some manner of threat?
Perhaps I should simply show you.
Here I go, picking the comedy option, and it's terrifying. Ooh. A gaping purple sphincter in the sky, or in the air.
I have lifted the seal, if only for the moment, by an authority only I possess.
A planar fissure?
No, my friend. Small though it may be, this is a functioning gate into the void.
We get a submitted B. Void gates and fissures are much the same thing in practice, in the sense that both allow passage between the source and the 13th. The difference in terminology refers to the circumstances of their creation. A fissure is an incidental tear in the fabric between worlds, whereas a void gate is the product of deliberate action. I suspect this is the latter, judging by the elaborate mechanism put in place to control it. To think that our search for material riches would lead to this priceless discovery. That swirling emptiness, it puts me in mind of old friends, not to mention old foes.
I must admit, I am deathly curious to know how a void gate came to be hidden in the depths of these ruins.
To tell that tale, we must first peer far to the south, and even further into memory. An age 5 millennia passed when the Algan Empire sent an invading force to the shores of Mericidia. The southern people rallied around the commanding figures of Bahamut and Tiamat and fought fiercely to repel the would-be conquerors. With Bahamut's defeat, however, the tide turned against them. Desperate to seize any advantage, the Mercidians resorted to summoning primal entities. In response, Emperor Zande forged a covenant with the Cloud of Darkness, sovereign among the all-devouring denizens of the Void. Thus bolstered by icons on one side and Void Scent on the other, the two armies clashed in a battle of unspeakable carnage. So much death, so much loss.
I consider myself well versed in that period of history, yet you speak as one who witnessed it happen.
Indeed, I did. I heard Tiamat's roar of defiance and sped toward that war-torn land. Along with my sibling, Ajdaya. We dragons are not male or female as men are wont to classify, but elder sister is the closest a mortal tongue can come to describing what she meant to me. I was the last of our brood to hatch, and Ajdaya cared for me where my sire could not. Thus I was with her when Tiamat roared. I was with her when she journeyed south, and I was with her when she fought against the Void-sent hordes. Yet no matter how many of their vile fiends we cast down, more rose from the abyss to take their place. Faced with an unwinnable war of attrition, Ajdaya risked her all on a final gamble. She plunged through the Void Gate itself to strike at the root of their strength. I tried to follow in her wake, determined to lend what aid I could. But even as I came upon Alag's glittering tower, I saw the rift close behind her. And Ajdaya has been lost to us ever since.
I find I must retract my earlier claim of historical knowledge. Nowhere in the Crystal Tower's archives did I see mention of such noble sacrifice.
That does not surprise me. To Allagan eyes, it must have seemed as if a lone dragon, driven to madness, simply dove through the gate and did not return. For my part, I spent long years searching for the means to reunite with Ajdaya. Until I could search no more. Until Alag was dust, and the art to open a void gate large enough to accommodate a dragon forever lost.
Yet you have the beginnings of a gate right here. under the control of a harnessed device.
My discovery came before Radzat was founded. Though I scoured the lands for a method to cross the rift, it was beneath the sea that I chanced to find a natural planar fissure. It was, however, far too narrow to admit a worm's bulk. Only after our city rose upon the rock, and I could enlist the aid of our talented alchemists, did matters take a favorable turn. Their dedication was beyond reproach. Tirelessly they worked to expand the fissure, and after decades of toil, it finally grew to a size that a child might pass through.
Not long ago, you told us that you called out to your kin, that Ashdaya's answer was silence. I suspect the conclusion to your tale is not a joyful one.
With hope in my heart, I used the simulacrum to cross the threshold. But no, I did not find her. What I found was a host of void scent, clamoring around the opening they had sensed. It was but a moment, but enough. I had no choice but to retreat and allow the portal to contract once more.
The gate was a threat to your people. You had to decide between endangering Razathan and abandoning your sister. And you chose the latter.
'Twas not that thy siblings scorned thy call. 'Twas that she was trapped beyond a barrier through which neither roar nor dragon may pass. Even now, in the desolate world of the 13th.
I can scarce imagine your pain, yet it was wise not to linger in that place. Too long a sojourn, and even a being of your power risks being warped into a creature of the void. You've seen this phenomenon before, when we stepped into the darkness. As did I. Were it not for Une and Doga, or Nero for that matter, we might never have made it home. Do you remember what happened to Nero? How his wounds allowed the void's corruption to enter his body and twist his ether? Had it been allowed to progress much longer, I presume he would have been fully transformed.
Then there is little hope for Ashdaya.
Ah, no. I hadn't meant to. I speak only of possibilities. The scales of the First Brood are extraordinarily resistant to ethereal fluctuations. They are the protective talisman's core components after all, and even the corruption I described would struggle to overcome. Of course. With the warding scale in one's possession, one could conceivably survive a stay in the 13th without being warped by its energies.
Be that as it may, it is too late to rescue my sister. 5,000 years too late. And now countless others look to me for guidance and protection. So when I sensed intruders in the ruins, I came only to ensure that the gate remained closed. That, and to secure the treasure, of course. I wish only to forget the rest.
So they managed not only to expand the fissure, but also manipulate it as one might a gate. Astonishing. Is there any chance I could learn more of how this feat was accomplished? I will tell you what I can. First, however, I must return to the High Crucible and arrange to replace the guardians you so handily destroyed. It will not do to leave the gate undefended. My apologies. We were perhaps a touch zealous in our rush to uncover the vault's secrets. If the constructs can be repaired, we would be happy to offer our assistance. That will not be necessary. Much as I retain spare vessels for myself, we keep duplicate guardians on hand for such eventualities. In any case, we should return to Radzat Han. So let's see, what quest are we on? This one and 5 more. Okay, not a problem. I promise we will discuss the Void Gate further, but first I must attend to the matter of the Vault's Sentinels. As your instruments have no doubt informed you, the Kapakulu has been reduced to so much scrap. Please bring a new one out of storage and see that it is conveyed to its post along with some few lesser constructs. Was it tomb robbers? Fiends born on the Tower of Zot? By the sisters, do not tell me a blasphemy yet roams free. I didn't do nothing. I didn't see nothing. Wasn't me. Why such guilty faces? Surely it isn't you who are responsible for this. Oh. Well, the details aren't important. I shall see it done immediately. And with that, the vault will soon be secure once more. Now, I believe you had questions? Quite a few, in fact, but I'd like to begin with the gate itself. It is still functional, yes? Indeed, which is why I saw it sealed with an alchemically forged lock and warded it with my magics. Such power must not fall into the wrong hands. In truth, the primary reason for the vault's construction was to keep the gate hidden from the outside world. So much effort for such a little door. That little door you speak of leads to an abyss teeming with unspeakable horrors. That said, in its current state, it would admit only the lowliest of Voidsent, and from this side, no man would be able to pass through. No man? I should think Alpina would fit, given a firm enough push. Physical size is only one consideration. The true restriction hinges upon the etheric density of the soul in transit. And yet you succeeded in expanding this diminutive portal and sending your simulacrum into the 13th. Thanks to my brilliant alchemists. I should have destroyed the anomaly when I found it, but instead I bade them devise a means to control it. After much experimentation, they accomplished the impossible. A method was conceived by which my magics could manipulate the fissure and transform it into a serviceable gate. But the process has long since been forgotten. Once I had given up searching for Ashdaya, there was no need to preserve such esoteric and dangerous knowledge. Thus has the gate lain dormant for years uncounted. Our own passage to the 13th was made relatively simple thanks to the Crystal Tower. An ancient mechanism channeled the tower's vast stores of energy to open a void gate, one bound to a covenant made with the cloud of darkness. Once that sovereign entity was beaten back, however, the covenant was broken and the doorway severed from its connection to the void. Theoretically, it should be possible to reconnect the gate by forging a new pact with another Voidsent, but such deals usually end in betrayal and death. You seem to have struck a bargain of your own, Panifer. Though it served you well in battle, be aware that the beneficial nature of your arrangement is the exception which proves the rule. Oh right, if you're a Reaper, she comments on this. That you struck a bargain with a Voidsent for power. In any case, we should attempt to gain an understanding of the Bounty Gate. Mayhap you could resume the search for your sister. As I have already explained, I put those futile hopes to rest centuries ago. My place and my duty is here now. I had meant to ask, what prompted you to search for the vault in the first place? It was Estinian's idea. As I recall, 'twas you who was chasing tales of undersea ruins. Well, as you have seen, the fabulous wealth from the stories is quite real, if not its rumored origin, but I'm afraid I must assert a prior claim. I've been adding to that trove for years, little by little, but the time has come to spend it, that I might alleviate my people's suffering. Then we are of one mind? We had no intention of taking it for ourselves. Isn't that right, my friend? Absolutely. Let's help the people. Your Excellency, would you object if I were to conduct a closer examination of the gate? I will make no attempt to open it, of course. I owe you and yours a debt that can never be repaid. Whatever boon you ask of me, you shall have it. You are most gracious. I shall take full advantage of your permission. Would that I could join thee in thy study, but the Laparates will be anxious to receive my report. I beg my leave of you. And I must be off to Charlian as well. Mistress Kryl was eager to speak with you about the request, so please come back to the annex as soon as you are able. Farewell for now. We can discuss my findings once I return. You will not be rid of me so easily. Okay, so now I can start the Alliance raid, which we'll do eventually. The difficult part in all this will be deciding how best to put these riches to use. Will you lend me your assistance in these deliberations? Anything to make up for the constructs we broke. Then think of your employment as a recompense. Serve me as guest advisors and I will consider the broken constructs paid for in full. Jennifer and I are in this together. I will follow her example. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Oh, it's very purple here. I sensed the breaching of a gate, but it was not instigated from this side. It was thrown open from the other. I, too, felt it. A rare occurrence, yes, but such a tiny portal is beneath our notice. There are more pressing matters at hand. An opportunity is upon us, the coming of which we have waited for nigh on 10,000 years. We dare not let it slip our grasp. Yet we must not underestimate she who bested the cloud of darkness. Even restrained by a covenant, the cloud was no feeble wisp to be dispersed by some flesh and blood immortal. Bah, let her come. I will drown the world and watch this fleshling gasp for breath in her final moments. Well, joke's on you, sucker. I can breathe underwater. Your zeal is admirable, but forget not our cause. Think back on our struggles beneath this sunless sky. Remember why we cede not our will to fight. 'Tis time we set the war in motion and win redemption for our star. Shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which group would benefit most from monetary assistance. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the satrap directly, so I would ask that you act in my stead. Jennifer, you are to visit Akyali in Yetlabad. Speak with Matsya and his people and listen to their grievances. Justinian, I bid you do the same at Palaka's stand. I will be conducting my own inquiries at the Giant Skull grounds. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, we can reconvene at Megaduta. Speen. Also, chat, now that I've updated the Donathon to be off of coffee now, I'll need to make a post on Blue Sky saying that it's through that now, which will be easy. Also, let's change. Oh right, the strategy boards. And I have seen some pretty dang funny strategy boards. Like, I remember seeing a video where somebody joined a raid and brought up the strategy board someone was sharing, and the strategy board was just the Wojak point meme. It was just the meme with like the Wojak face pointing backwards going, "Aww." And it was so funny to see. If I can find a video of funny strategy boards, then I will show that at the end of stream. Forward and back, and then forward and back, and then go forward and back, then put one foot forward, forward and back, and then forward and back, and then go forward and back, then put one foot forward, forward and back, and then forward and back, and then go forward and back, and put one foot forward, forward and back, and then forward and back, and then go forward and back, then put one foot forward. Oh, Pennifer, I was so glad to see you had returned unharmed. You finished with the boat then? Anything the village desperately needs? Well, I suppose Kalzal's loss hit it the hardest. I've been trying to find buyers for my fish, but although I sell a few here and there, it's so much more difficult than it was before. Everyone's still struggling to rebuild their lives. For now, we're just banding together as best we can. Okay, what music does this have? I've never heard this song before. This is majestic. Holy crap. So this is definitely Dawn Trail something, because I've literally never heard this before. And I only have the mount because I saw it and I was like, I need this, because mech with laser cannon. And it wasn't that expensive. I don't have too many mounts. Greetings and welcome, traveler. If this is your first visit to Thavnir, then you must try my special Amra Lassi. Its refreshing zest cannot be beat. What could such a wonder cost? You could wonder? Normally I part with 3 bottles for the generous price of 19,800 gil. But for you, I'm willing to go as low as an even 10,000. You'd be practically stealing from... Are you really going to try this again with me? Times are harsh, my friend. The world may no longer be on fire, but we are still sifting through the ashes, so to speak. Sisters, spare me, we might as well have that ugly tower back for the scant few travelers we see these days. I, myself, barely have the coin to buy at local prices. I tell you, if I didn't charge the odd adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea, I'd be scavenging for scraps in the street. Fair, but... I can't see who would be spending 10,000 gil for tea. That's insane. Lissai. How fares the port? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? The trade routes are open once more now that the danger has passed, certainly. But no small number of merchants have had to sell their ships to make ends meet in the short term. Add to that the sailors we lost in the final days, and it's little wonder the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Khalazal and his consortium were still with us, I'm sure he'd have found a way to turn our fortunes around. Now that was a man who got things done. Gods rest his soul. Oh, that was a nice and quick quest. Thankfully, quite a few of these quests are in fact quick and easy. Also, I've been experimenting with doing 2 1.5 minute ad breaks an hour instead of 3 minutes, and honestly, I think I'll just stick with the single 3-minute one. Because even with it just 1.5 minutes, that's 2 times an hour it's getting interrupted. And like, the 1 minute... No, not one. The 1 3-minute ad break lets me actually take a break. Like, I can get up and stretch, I can grab a drink, I can go potty if I need to. So yeah, this was just a test stream for that, but gonna go back to just doing 1 3-minute ad break every hour. Forward and back, and then forward and back, and then go forward and back, and put 1 foot forward and back, and then forward and back, and then go forward and back, then put 1 foot forward. If there's one thing this game always excels at, it is having very good music for literally everything. I assume some of these are the 2 I need for flight. Which I can, again, do later, because we're mostly done. I have 1 current in Elpis, and then I have 4 quests there, 4 on the moon, 3 in Labyrinthos, 2 here, 4 in space, and then we're done. And those quests are always quick and easy. Forward and back, and then forward and back, and then go forward and back, then 1 foot forward, forward and back, back, and then go forward and back, then put 1 foot forward, forward and back, and then forward and back, and then go forward and back, then put 1 foot forward and back, and then forward and back, and then go forward and back, then put 1 foot forward. Exponential entropy. Oop. Oh right, I don't have to talk to him to get in. I could just zoom along. God, I should think of a name for my chunky little kitty I have following me. Because I do like to give, like, my little minions that can have different names. Like, God, I forget what I was calling my little beagle. I think with this done, we should have 4 quests left. If I am mathing right. Ah, my advisor's returned. I've just made it back myself. Why do you retain this vessel now that your true form is known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of the time. Be that as it may, the sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling to say the least. And there are a few places I can enter comfortably without risk of flattening some cart or stall. Fair enough. As for my inquiries, the people of Palakistan were unanimous in their reply. They are surviving. Resources were stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they persevered with some assistance from Yedlamad. From what I understand, they have always been an independent community, hunters and foragers and the like. And I was assured that the jungle provides for their needs, for the most part. Palakistan has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself heard good news and bad. The quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant skull to a foreign trader. But such visitors are few and far between. Compared to our best years, the weight of stone leaving Thavner has been light indeed. Our nation is small and isolated, its prosperity dependent on a steady stream of exports. We must identify any obstacles to the flow of trade so we may begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in Akyali and Yedlamad? I see. Without a dedicated buyer, the average fisherman must struggle to offload his daily catch. Which is why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and shortage of able-bodied sailors in Yedlamad. I am reminded of a child I spied as I made my way back to the palace. His father lost at sea when the beasts sunk their vessel. So many variations of the same tragic tale, repeated over and over. So many lives lost. Enough grief to drown in if we let ourselves be overcome, but we will not. Hennifer, Estinian, I will consider the perspectives you've brought me and devise a plan to help my people confront this adversity. Come, I would like you to be in attendance when I announce the proposal to my assembled functionaries.
I thank you for your attendance. The riches the Radiant Host have retrieved were hoarded in Al-Zadal's name. A fortune I set aside for a future day of need. God's rest his soul. Finding myself bereft of his counsel here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedlamad. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more. None was spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this, I am well aware. But an absence was created by the loss of Karazal's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. A simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come. Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course? Of course, we must all look out for one another. Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of Al-Zadal's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage. Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name. A fitting candidate. Karazal should be remembered, not as the blasphemy which terrorized Thavne, but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among you object to this proposition? Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Kalzal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well. Isn't that right, men?
This bodes well for that boy. Mirad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Then let it be done. This initiative shall be known as the Kalzal Foundation. Nabdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor. Clerks, see to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
Dragon and man, side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. Reminded of Ishgard.
Yep, 4 more quests, let's go. We'll probably be done around 5 hours-ish, maybe? Thank you for putting forth Kalazal's name. Those whose lives he enriched will take comfort in seeing his legacy honored. You will forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from Archon Y'shtola. She asked that you meet here at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Understood. Thank you. Y'shtola must have finished her study of the Voidgate. Shall we hear what she has to say then? I will go with you. I thought the Satrap would be too busy setting up the foundation. My clerks have been the well-oiled cogs of this administration since before Aha once assumed the office. They understand what needs to be done. And I am curious to learn what conclusions your Archon has reached concerning the gate's unique construction. As you wish. Allow me to lead the way, Your Excellency. So how many poetics do I have? Only 150. I should stock up on more. Thankfully, poetics are wittily easy to come by.
Right, here we all are.
You discovered something new.
I took a closer look at that device. I was able to determine how it keeps the Void Gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening. For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vritra's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics. From what we understand, Travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them. Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the first. You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world. The magics tore a hole in the wall separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness. In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway. Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the first. The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
Then what of the many voidsent found in the source? Who guides them here, and how?
An excellent question. Though there are several methods by which the Void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical. For example, let us consider the Gargoyle, a creature of middling power. To call upon such an entity, the prospective summoner must force open a void gate. The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact. Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner. Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain Exarch dragged us to the first. And just as our bodies remained in our world, the Voidsent's physical form is left behind in the 13th. Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit. In the gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
Wait. You said that Voidsent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the source and its reflections.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
No. The danger is too great.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
Don't look at me. Even if I did sass you earlier.
Were you not listening to my tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages. Even could you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
I assure you I was most attentive, and I agree that to go alone would be certain death. But if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th and humbled the cloud of darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved. Since when were you one for the quiet life? Once again, I put my life in your ever-reliable hands. That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single Voidsent will be allowed to threaten Radzat-Han, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
You have a plan.
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daymir was overseeing the project.
Daymir. Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
I did not fully comprehend the theory, but their research began with a Voidsent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made Voidsent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
A man-made Voidsent?
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daymir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
If that's true, then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built. Which leaves us with... Indeed. Numenon's restricted stacks may very well hold a copy. In which case, I say we head directly to Charlian.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelves. See myself being
Oh, hardy har har. Short jokes, are we?
about the Khalzal Foundation.
I see we're making short jokes now, eh?
Let us be on our way as well.
They are resolved to venture into the void. Do I sit idly by?
Well, do you? If we're to enter Numenon's restricted archives with the minimum of costs, then we must secure the permission of the forum. First, however, we shall need to enlist the cooperation of a member to broach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think might be inclined to assist us? No one springs to mind? What of Scholar Montechain? He did come to Graha's defense during the inquiry, after all. 'Tis settled. Let us head to Phenomenon and see if he's willing to help us once more. Going on an adventure with Cat Mom. Yeah. Okay, so you can get her to walk on the other side if she really wants. And I can't imagine how long it would take to do literally every quest in the game. Like every single quest. Every job quest for every job. All the crafting quests. All of the blue quests. All of the random arbitrary little yellow quests that don't really give you anything. I'm sure there's people out there who've done everything, but I can't imagine trying. I apprenticed to Master Batoya at the age of 7 and labored under her tutelage for a full decade. I never had the chance to attend the studium. Neither did Thancred, as I recall. Soon after Master Louis Swa took him in off the streets, he was put in the care of another Archon. He was a rigorous practical education in the arts of espionage and survival. I sometimes wonder what my life might have been had I pursued studies here instead. Oh, never mind me, 'twas just an idle thought. Just like most of mine, idle thoughts. Visitors, and quite esteemed ones at that. What may I do for you? Pray forgive the intrusion, Scholar, but we were hoping you might help us secure permission to enter Numenon's restricted archives. Oh ho, no further forays into the stacks this time, eh? I applaud this new sound sensor propriety, yet in all this wide world of comparative serenity, what so compels you to disturb a vault of forbidden wisdom? Fascinating. I had no idea such a technique existed. I would have been surprised if you had. If my assumption is correct, the research left behind by House Daemir has lain dormant in Charlene's archives for many centuries. And if you unearth this research, what then? Surely you don't intend to cross over into the void? That is, in fact, precisely what we intend. To what end, pray tell? To develop a method of traversing the rift, for one, that I might keep my word to a distant friend. Sentiment aside, I have journeyed to the end of existence, I have heard, felt, and thought endlessly about the truth of our world and the echo of its future. And yet I want to understand everything, to unravel it all down to its very last secret. What scholar worthy of the name wouldn't force open a void gate or two if a grand revelation was the promised reward? Ha ha ha, marvelous. An audacious proposal worthy of Master Matoya herself. And after hearing the whys and the wherefores, I for one do not believe you would use the knowledge for ill. I see no reason not to present your request for the forum's consideration. Although, your petition would be better received if you also had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Why, Master Fortuno, of course. He can hardly ignore an earnest request from his dear children's most treasured comrades. I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there is no denying that having Master Fortuno on our side would tip the balance in our favor. Very well, we will pay a visit to the Levier estate and plead our case. One last thing before you go. I would consider it a personal favor if you might share with me the discoveries you make in the void. My appetite for knowledge is every bit as insatiable as yours, I'd wager, so if you could see your way into indulging an old man's curiosity... Of course, Scholark, we will be sure to pass on any revelations. Yeah, I mean, if I was an old man giving some people access to forbidden knowledge, I'd want to learn what they were doing. They were getting up to. Not that I'm terribly old of a woman. Older than quite a few VTubers at least. Which, again, surprises me that so many VTubers are so young. Yeah, I don't know if I can adjust the ad break midstream. I'm going to assume it's going to break things, so I will... That'll literally be the first thing I do after stream. I will go to my ad settings, set it back to a single 3-minute ad break every hour. And I would do fewer ads, like if I could, I would do like maybe just like 1.5 minute ad break an hour, but I'm required to do 3 minutes if I want to avoid pre-roll ads, and pre-roll ads are disgusting. Nobody likes the pre-roll. You join a stream, it's like, oh, you're hit with an ad immediately. Even if it is a short ad, it's still an immediate ad, and it's pain. Mistress Pennifer, Mistress Yustola, how may I be of service? We've come to speak with Master Fortuno. Is he home by any chance? Yes, the Master is in residence. I shall inform him he has guests. Well, well. Ameliance would invite you inside for tea, but I assume this is not a social visit. You have some matter of import to discuss? And pray proceed, you have my full attention. Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocols this time around. Scalag Montechain has expressed much the same sentiment. I assure you, we will not attempt to circumvent the Forum's authority again, unless it is absolutely necessary, of course. Of course. You do understand that the restricted archives are restricted for good reason, yes? If no pressing need exists, then why risk the consequences of employing this forbidden knowledge? For a brother who misses his sister, she was his guardian and his friend, a selfless hero who crossed the rift between worlds to save her homeland from horror and suffering. But the brother has given up on thoughts of reunion. He spends his efforts elsewhere, watching over a people, yet healing from the flames of the final days, loyal to his duty while betraying the longing in his heart. 'Tis no vital mission, perhaps, reuniting these siblings, but it feels a worthy cause to pursue all the same. As one who feared losing his own loved ones and spent years in research to prevent it, surely you appreciate how painful such a separation must be. Reflections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share your experiences in the first should constitute a fair exchange for our cooperation. Do not celebrate just yet. The Forum must still be convinced. I will add your request to the list of today's deliberations and deliver the decision to you at the Baldessian Annex. Oh, you're right. We could jog now, so we can jog faster than just normal walking. So, what did the forum decide? To put it bluntly, Master Matoya has burned some bridges here in Charlian, and salted the earth for good measure. When it became clear that her student was the petitioner in question, well, no few members voiced their discontent. Then the chamber was reminded, in no uncertain terms, I might add, of the incredible debt we owe to you and your companions. That served to silence the grumbles and stiffen a few spines, and it was agreed that allowing you entry into the archives was the least we could do in return. That is wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf. Yes, well, as I am sure you are aware, this permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge is to be treated with the utmost caution, and there will be repercussions if it is not. I wish you well in your endeavor and bid you good day. Ever the same, that one. Uncompromising? Aye. But that very stoicism is exactly what Charlene needed to guide her through not one, but 2 exoduses. That went rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed up any number of schemes for getting my hands on those forbidden tomes, and now I can simply walk in through the door. Our focus will be on finding House Damir's research notes, of course, but the thought of so much knowledge at my disposal has me feeling a little giddy. You'll be heading directly to the archives from here, I presume? You presume correctly. Then you'll want to speak with the index page when you arrive. It's been instructed to grant you access to the restricted section. Excellent. Once again, we thank you for all your help. Oh, it was my pleasure, believe me. May you find the knowledge you seek. Shall we? Let's... Time to look at some forbidden books and learn something we're not supposed to. Except this time we have permission. I also, looking at the ad stuff, I saw that you could have a 22-minute ad break if you really wanted, and who in their right mind would try to push through a 22-minute ad break? Like, that's literal insanity. Nobody would sit through that. To think the set of instructions I laughingly imagined may actually exist, but yalms away from where you found me napping. If I had known of Alzadal III's exploits sooner, I could well have saved myself days of research. Even a children's book might have pointed me in the right direction. To achieve the impossible, one must needs be flexible of mind and look beyond conventional wisdom, a lesson I had already learned, but clearly not taken to heart. Like, I can't even imagine doing like a 10-minute ad break, or 5 minutes, that's still insane. Archon, Yashola, and guest identified. Do you wish to proceed into the restricted archives? Follow me, if you would. Watch your step. And please note that the use of naked flames is discouraged. The use of naked flames is discouraged, they say, yet there's candles everywhere.
If House Damia's notes are to be found anywhere, it will be here. Let us begin.
This music's pretty funky. Today, in a world not my own, I met the most beautiful void-born creature. She was so unlike her ravenous brethren, eyes blazing not with hunger but trembling, like a candle's flame threatening to flicker out at any moment. I wonder if she is even the proper word. Such distinctions seem inconsequential, insignificant even. All that matters is the love I feel for this exquisite, transcendent being. In the year 1564 of the 6th Astral Era, the Almalajas summoned Ifrit, their patron god. Accounts describe the being as a gigantic, lizard-like being with a potent command of fire aspect and magics. If we consider that primal summoning is an act fueled by faith and prayer, it is unsurprising, if not expected, that the resulting deiform entity should manifest the appearance and powers with which it is attributed by its worshippers. What then might emerge from the Aether should one who believes in an almighty omniscience attempt the same ritual? Would the scholar himself grace us with his presence? Some other embodiment of divine sagacity? Could this man-made god truly be all-knowing? And if it were, whence would such knowledge arise? I, myself, have many questions concerning the nature of the ancient world. With no spell to transport me back to the days of old, could I instead summon a being possessed of encyclopedic wisdom of every age? Yet with no means to verify its pronouncements, how could one be certain they were true? I don't like thinking about that. Like, if you could summon a supposedly all-knowing being, would it be all-knowing? Or would it just know everything you know? The following pages detail an advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures as devised by Nuhashan, the 9th Patriarch of House Demir. We present these research notes to the faculty of Charlene Studium as both a token of our friendship and an expression of our boundless admiration. Perfect. Have something you'd like to show me, do you? My apologies. I flipped open but a single book and was completely absorbed by the contents. Well done, Pennifer. I think you may have found our prize. Ba-ba-ba-bum.
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Damia's resonance many times at the Great Work. Time to see what all the fuss was about. Among the ranks of the Voidsent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard. From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures. A talent which sorely tested the Radiant Host in its battles against these abominations. Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings reveal that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate. Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism. We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial Atomos. How could I have been so blind to the possibilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon Voidsent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales. And still, House Daemir went and built a mock Atomos of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive. It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves? Ah, but that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
As much as I would love to start crafting the Atomos, I'm afraid this is far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, we know a Hanish alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in our House Daemir project. Our business here is concluded for the moment. Please pass on our regards to the forum. Your message will be conveyed. Should you wish to indulge in more forbidden literature, I will be here. Patron mode disabled, security mode engaged. If anyone can help us, Nidhana can. I say we return to Thavnir and look for her at the Great Work. Your Stola tells me you are pursuing a most fascinating study, and you want me to be a part of it? I have no doubt you will be interested. This research log should speak for itself. Will it now? By the sisters! This is the mark of House Damir. I never even knew such a work existed. You should. It was sequestered in Numenon's restricted archives after all. 'Twas, but that means every word within is forbidden knowledge. A forbidden tome filled with forbidden research, and you put it right into my unsuspecting hand? I can hardly wait to read it. I knew I loved her. She's not like, oh, we should be careful ending. She's like, oh, I can't wait to read this. To think the Daimir were developing such marvelous techniques so long ago. How many innovations have been lost to the centuries, I wonder. Now that you've glanced over the notes, what say you to helping us build a new mock Atomos? I'd say yes, 1,000 times yes. Work on a Daimir project that had even the redoubtable scholars of Sharlayan trembling in their sandals? No alchemist of the great work could resist. You are a woman after my own heart. And mine. Oh, I suppose I should ask. What do you mean to do with this big-mouthed simulacrum once we've built it? So there's a secret void gate, and it's sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the bounty. Today is a day of revelations indeed. If the purpose of our man-made Atomos is to expand this hidden portal, then I will need to see it for myself, I think. Manipulating rift-spanning apertures is not the sort of thing you want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor. Then by all means, accompany us to the vault. I plan to lead us back there shortly, once we finish gathering the components I require. Sharlayan's markets provided the raw aquamarine and pure water crystals. But I might need help obtaining a small quantity of astrally infused water. For such a liquid, you need go no further than the font of Maya. The ascetics of old once favored the place for their meditations, and the water which pools there now is known to enliven the flow of aether. That sounds perfect. If you should be so kind as to fill a flask at the pool, I will petition Vitra to join us. The idea I have in mind won't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gate. Shall we be about it then? We meet back here anon. Okie dokie, that's... Okay, so I need to teleport here. Pop, pop. Spin! I would fly, but I don't have flying yet. Because I am lazy. And I cannot promise I'll stop being lazy. I am also forgetful. Because ADHD brain go brr. But thankfully, all we have left to do is just one current here and then quests, and the quests are quick. I'm still kind of disappointed that our yellow glowy doggy does not play, God, I'm trying to remember the song name. I was just listening to it earlier. God, it's on the tippity tip of my tongue. No, bad monkey! Oh, flow, right. Still disappointed that the doggo does not play flow. Though that might be too emotionally painful whenever you want to ride the dog and you're getting hit with a depressing song. Whoosh. And at the end, while we look for a video on funny strategy boards, I will also play Flow while we look, so if none of y'all have heard it, you can hear it. Yes, this should suffice. Thank you, Panifer. Take that, I guess. I don't really need any of it. Okay, second to last quest. Let's go. Oh, it's just accessories. I mean, I'll take the casting accessories, because I do intend to grab Pictomancer once we get to Dawn Trail. Look who I came across. Estinian seemed in need of diversion, and we, in turn, may have need of his lance. Right then, now that our little party is assembled, let us make our way to the ruins. Will we have need of Matsuya's boat again? Not this time. Once Shishola informed me of our destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made ready at Akyali. Your Excellency is ever the gracious host. Shall we? Probably shouldn't be going up, but we go up anyways. 1 foot forward, forward and back, and then forward and back. Yeah, chat, I think more people might be willing to donate to the Donathon that now that it's on Coffee, because Coffee doesn't take any annoying fees out or anything. And the money goes straight to my PayPal instead of like on Throne where it just gets pulled up and then I have to withdraw it and then it takes like a week or however long it takes for Stripe to get the money, process it, and put it in the bank. So yeah, Coffee, much easier option. So I'll just, after stream, make a new post about the Donathon saying now everything's on Coffee. Because the Coffee link is significantly smaller. But yeah, once we hit that 15 hundo mark, then I will call the orthodontist that's near me, get a consultation appointment set up, and begin everything. And like once I do that, it'll take like probably not even 2 weeks. The ship is yours to command. Oh, our thanks. We set sail at once. Oh, this is so exciting. Al-Zadal's legacy. To see the truth of a legend with mine own eyes. All aboard for the treasure vault. But like the whole process, doesn't take that long. Like, you have the consultation. Once they confirm that, yeah, you need braces, you can benefit for them. Then they schedule the records appointment where they will go and take, like I mentioned before, they take all sorts of pictures of your teeth. And they do this disgusting putty mold stuff you have to bite into. And normally they could schedule that depending on your schedule. Honestly, a few days out to maybe a week, depending on their availability and your own schedule. And then once the records appointment is done, they usually try to get you in a week or less after that to get the braces put on. So once I hit that point, I won't have to worry about waiting for the money to go into the bank, because it'll be there thanks to Coffee immediately. So I could just immediately schedule the consultation and start. And I will probably tell y'all when that consultation is, but I won't tell y'all when the other appointments are, to keep y'all guessing for funsies. All y'all will know is one day I will start stream and you will hear me sounding like an absolute dork.
I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden.
Not that I
in the
don't
depths of the
already
bounty.
sound like an absolute dork. Because I do, but I'll sound like even more of one.
It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
My apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
What is it you're doing now?
There is something I wish to verify. The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater. Graha theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence. But I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
So, this is an experiment of sorts.
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
Send a familiar. Easy peasy.
Very good. I see you've been paying attention.
Of course I am. I'm a smart cookie.
As Ritra sent his simulacrum, so too shall we rely on a familiar to bear the brunt of any unpleasant consequences. Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same. I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
I mislike the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
Oh, you'll see.
From ocean rise and cloudbank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born.
Water, water, froth, and foam! Hehehehe. Water, water, froth, and foam.
Ready your arms. I fear she's been possessed.
Estinian, she's not possessed. She's just being adorable. See? Nidhana thinks she's adorable too. Aw, she's embarrassed. She's adorable.
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate. I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual. In any case, these two should serve us well. This one will bear a warding scale. And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption. If I could impose upon you to open the gate. Your Excellency?
Ah, yes, of course.
Even he was stunned.
We should also be wary of void scent slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nidana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well. Oh, are you volunteering to join the Nixies? I could shrink you down, you know.
Let's not, and please.
Let us begin, shall we?
I'm already short enough as it is. Can we not make me smaller? Please and thank you.
Nixies, into the void.
Well, thankfully, this should be the end of this quest, and then the next quest is gonna be short.
I think we've waited long enough.
The end of patch quest is always a shorter one.
Nixies, return to my side.
Boop. Oh, one of them burst out happily, and the others just, I think it's dead. Or not quite dead, but not doing well.
Thank you, little one. You did well.
Poor thing. Its essence has been irrevocably warped.
No?
We're out of time. I must
Do not open the door. Keep the door closed, please and thank you.
They're coming through.
In the name of Alzadal III, I bar this door unto the void.
Well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
And what of our experiment? I'd say the results speak for themselves.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium. Rest now, little ones.
Graha's theory was correct then.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation. It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently. We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
Ah, my apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives. The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness. In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void. And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition? I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way. But first I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos. Or I could if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives? Your Excellency?
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
We will see you back in the city then.
Okay, casting, because we will be getting Pictomancer once we have Dawn Trail. Once Nidhana succeeds in replicating the mock Atomos, this door into the 13th will be ours to open. Will you be crossing the threshold alongside us? I realize this is more my endeavor than yours. To be honest, I've no interest in visiting the void myself. Might we discuss this later? There is something I must do first. Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? I at least had good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie ritual. Shall we proceed with our other preparations then? As we saw, the warding scale can be effective at protecting the bearer from other sources of aetheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman's durability will need to be improved if it is to withstand the void's influence for a prolonged length of time. And I think that is a problem we can address without involving the brilliant but busy alchemists who created it. Who do we know who excels at this kind of structural augmentation? An excellent suggestion. As I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the void and its volatile energies. With his experienced hand at the helm, I have every confidence that the Ironworks can strengthen the warding scale. Come, let us visit their operation in Rogger's Reach and commission their best and brightest. Oh good, it sends me there already. I don't have to waste my go. Pennifer, what brings you to the Ironworks? We have a commission for you and your president, actually, assuming he's available. Master Sid, certainly, I'll see if he has a moment free. A pleasure as always. I hear you have a job for us. Heading into the void to find a lost dragon? That sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if you could say anything that would surprise me after Meteon and that bloody mess. Alright, let's take a look at this talisman of yours. You said there were signs of degradation? It seems some manner of corrosion has set in around a scratch on its surface, much as the void's corruption seeped into nearer his wounds. In which case, our best bet may be to simply prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place. And how might we achieve that? We have a coating agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but I'd be wary of applying any compound which might upset the scale's delicate alchemical balance. Far safer to dress it in armor. We'll construct a protective casing, one utilizing metal alloys with high ethereal conductivity so as not to impede the talisman's primary function. A suit of armor, as you said. Nero has just compiled Theta on the 13th, so I'll have him pitch in with the design just to be sure. If only it weren't such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars. Understandable. We know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will doubtless be worth the wait. Ha! The hard part will be ducking Jessie and her constant barrage of demands while we sneak about doing the fun stuff. We will see what we can do. I think we can leave the rest in Sid's capable hands. Let's return to the great work and see how Nidhana is getting on with the Mach Atomos. Okay, so this time it's gonna make me teleport. Well, it's not a lot of money, so... Whoosh.
Ah, hey, Stola. The adjustments are going well, I hope?
'Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
That's wonderful news. I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Alzadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components, and I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial atomos. I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless, heedless even, in your determination?
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm. It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side. She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence. No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. But I am satrap now.
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
Nabdeen, what is this about?
Sir Estinian told us of your predicament. For centuries you have protected Rads at Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people. Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire? We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people. We, the Radiant Host, will keep Thavnair safe in your absence.
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet...
Now you listen to me, Varshan! You are wearing that face, after all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister. We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
Your Excellency, I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be together, safe and happy. And I hope that you and your sister can be together again too.
Take heart and protect them well. Such were the words I once said to you, and here I stand, failing to live up to them. If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither Ajdaya nor Radzatan. My people, I have come to a decision. Vashan will depart Thavnair for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Take care and fair fortune, little brother. Many tears would be shed should you come to harm.
I would not dare make you cry.
You surprise me, Estinian. For a lone wolf, you've shown an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement in helping Vitra reach this conclusion. 'Twas for the greater good. The worm's thundering sides were keeping his citizens awake at night. and had travelers believing the palace racked by some unnatural storm. Whatever your own answer, then. You seemed disinclined to venture into the void. When I was one with Nidhogg, his vengeful thoughts were my thoughts, his endless rage my rage, and the soul-chilling grief he nursed for Radatasker's death. I would not wish such agony upon a foe, let alone a friend and ally. If there is a chance we can spare Vitra that pain, then I will follow you. Indeed, but perfect for our purpose, I should think. I'd rather not bother the Scions with aught less than a dire threat to the star. Now, on to specifics. Unlike the first, where the flood of light was halted before its devastation was complete, the 13th has been utterly subsumed by darkness. My plan, as such, is to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. Would be more convenient had we some manner of base camp nearer to the gate itself. One of the palace chambers should serve. Come, let us reconvene outside Megaduta. Wait, why am I running? I could teleport. Bum 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 bum. And so we will require suitable accommodations. Might we make something available for our guests? All of the chambers are presently hosting the great amounts of treasure we carried out of the vault. Once the Foundation's activities begin in earnest, however, we can redistribute the trope and make a room or two ready for habitation. Good. Please inform me when you've completed the arrangements. As you heard, we will have you settled in Megadusa in due time. As ever, you are most gracious, Your Excellency. You risk yourselves to aid me in my search for Azdia. Providing comfortable quarters is the least I can do. I only wish we knew more about our destination. The gods only know how long our explorations might possibly take, or what our chances of success might possibly be. Succeed or fail, I am grateful to you for convincing me to make the attempt. On that note, I will return to the great work and lend what help I can to Nidhana. If you've preparations to make ere we venture into the 13th, now is the time. All I need is my armor and my lance. Perhaps I'll train with a radiant host to pass the time before we depart. You know what this means to me, Pannifer, but my purpose need not consume you as well. We are headed to another world. Find what joy you can in the experience, for you are a traveler, an adventurer at heart, this I know. Ooh.
And thus I am returned. To this world, bereft of saviors.
And that is patch 6.1 complete. Yay. So we can keep ourselves parked here. And I will make a note to return here later after or whenever I finish doing stuff later on, I'll return here and chill. But yay. We finished patch 6.1 in... I'm not even gonna say 5 hours, because we spent like at least 40 minutes messing around. So what, 4 hours, 20 minutes maybe at most? 420, blaze it. We made excellent time doing that, and we weren't even rushing anything. So yes, before we find somebody to raid into, I will firstly get up the song I wanted to get up and show, and also find a video on funny strategy boards, because strategy boards are such a good idea, so useful, but also so funny. Like, people have done so many funny things with them. So, bop and bop. Thankfully, Final Fantasy exits pretty quickly. Let's see, I have Firefox up here and up there. Perfect. Let's hope Firefox doesn't blip my internet. Seems we're doing fine. This song is so good, but it hurts so much.
Welcome and well met, my brave little spark. How long you've wandered, burned bright as a star. Oh, I have awaited you patiently all this time. past every fate. Now sing with me once more. Share of your life, far greater than memory. It's loss and love words cannot hold. Boundless the tale overflows and carries your Lord out to sea. Remember the rain.
God, Endwalker was just so insanely good, but it hurts so much.
From heavens above, and how as time flowed on those waters became one. Streams, rivers, and lakes reaching for the horizon and far beyond. They carry onward, however changed with each brief reflection, by setting sun, by storms wake.
Like, it would have been so good if the Argos mount just played this instead of what it does. So that she could just wander around and be depressed.
Loving tides sweeping and bear you down. Should you meet a soul rising surface first, with your unbeating heart, wish them well. Deep, dark, far away, I have heard your voice, with your every choice. Now our hands join round the meaning you sought. I'll catch your tears, quench your face with joy, till you're near the shore. When time all shall as hope be reborn. Hush, love, close your eyes, and then sleep upright. The sun's distant light will cast you to dreams below. You will wake when winds rise again, for this journey's end is but one step forward to
I couldn't find a video on strategy board memes, but I did find some shorts. So let's watch these. Zepla one that is still funny. Hope that made my internet blip, so let's... Strategy board.
Okay, there's a strategy board. How do I look at it?
Oh.
You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you.
People are doing
God.
insane things with strategy boards, like, holy crap, it's so funny. But yes, let's close Firefox and find someone to raid into for today. I honestly should just make a silly strategy board for like an upcoming dungeon and then just share it in chat, and it'll be stupid, but it'll be funny. For now though, let's see who is live and who we can raid into. What are people doing? So let's see, got some Pikmin, the Dino Crisis, Coded Vein 2. That came out today, I think. Gotta be today. Chatting, 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 chatting. Hightail, Hood Good Things. Final Fantasy XIV. Hey, we just finished that. Chatting on together. Been there, won that. Pokemon Legend Z2A. Bioshock. Bioshock's great. More chatting. Once Upon a Katamari. Katamari's great. Peak. Scamline. More chatting. I know who we can raid into. Let us raid into our friendo Chichin, who is playing Dino Crisis for the first time. I don't know what Dino Crisis is, but it should be interesting. So as always, my lovely, lovely catfish, I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your Monday start to your week. And remember, Big Sis loves you always. Mwah.